はい、こんばんは。こんにちは。起きたら12時過ぎてまして、慌てて飯を作って食べて、で、何やろうかなって考えたらこんな時間になりました。今日やるゲームは、こちらですね。ごめん、やっちゃった。ちょっと待って。ちょっと待ってね。いやーなんか、私生活のこととかも話したいなって思うんだけどさ、あんまり私生活のことも話そうにも話せないことも多くてさ、もどかしい日々を続けております。元気は元気です。ことでか。ということで、このゲームやっていきます。忘れられた都市、The Forgotten City っていうゲームですね。これ、実はスカイリム、エルダースクロールシリーズの5作目のスカイリムっていうゲームがあるんですけど、そのモッドからスタートしたゲームです。すごく大変好評だったので、ゲーム化されたっていう感じのやつですね。アドベンチャーゲームです。だから、イメージとしてはあれに近いかな。ということで、ここにネタバレ防止のお願いが出ております。このゲームには様々な仕掛けや予期せぬ展開が書かれていることがお分かりいただけると思いますよ。で、ホワイトノルウェイより先のコンテンツを共有する場合は、事前にネタバレについて視聴者に警告しておいてください。興味のあるプレイヤーが事前に、自身で体験を楽しむことができるようにご理解とご協力をお願いします。よろしくお願いします。ネタバレ注意って書いておこう。今からタイトル変更するわ。ということで、設定をいじっていくよ。日本語、標準、マーカー、クエスト、ヒント、いいね。会話時の字幕サイズは大きめにしとこう。字幕の背景。これはちょっと実際見てから決めようね。次は、グラフィック、フルスクリーン。垂直動機じゃなくていい。モーションブラー。視野角。まあ、こんなもんでいいでしょ。エピック。全部エピックだからはいになってる。マスターボリューム、BGM はこんなもんでしょ。マウスの感度はちょっと実際に動かしてから調整しましょうね。割り当て。走るがあるな。ペース、ジャンプ、しゃがむ、インタラクト。ナレーションキャンセル。目標ガイドが X と M に存在して、ズームとプライマリーウェポンとセカンダリーウェポンが存在するな。戦うのかな？うん、OK。設定を適用しますか？適用します。ということで遊んでいこうか。ニューゲーム。3人のメンバーを中4人以上の時をかけて開発されましたと。 現代。
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
体型を選択してください。女性と男性が選べます。で、女性にしましょう。肌のトーンを選択してください。いろいろと選べます。白人にしときます。オリガちゃんにしときます。
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
私が最初に覚えてるのはどれか。極秘任務、罪を犯して逃亡中。あ、なんか、効果があるな。なんだこれ。ほとんど何も覚えてない。許容するダメージの上限が 50% 上がる。走る時の速さが 25% 速くなる。弾を持っている。拳銃を持っているのか。時折専門的な考察ができることになる。どれにしようかな。じゃあ、古い遺跡を探していたにしよう。
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
はい、いらっしゃい。最初にいくつか質問したい。
Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
あなたのことを教えて、そもそもあなたは何だ？
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
いや、わかるけど、名前も教えてくれないの？
I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
言いたくない理由でもあるのか？
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
カレンさん。ネットミームで言えばカレンといえば悪いイメージなのね。悪いイメージだよね。そうなんだ。あなたは命の恩人だ。なぜ名前を教えたがらなかったのだ？
Look, if you really want to know all the tragic details, perhaps I can fill you in after you find Al?
なるほどね。じゃあ、あるとは何者のこと？早速好感度を損ねていくのか。嫌な女の子に
He's
なっ
the
ちゃう。
guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
ここはど
You
こ？
really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
この遺跡のことについて知ってることはある？
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
ね、みんなちなみに文字見えてる？助けを求めようとしたのか？
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
もう聞くことはね。
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
わかった、引き受けた。
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
何くれんの？懐中電灯だ。アウトドア用の電池駆動の懐中電灯。アイテムを調べる。普通の懐中電灯。うおー。オリガちゃん出しとこう。ちょっと感度落としてもいいかな。半分とまではいかずに 60% ぐらいにしとくか。単純に浸透した？病院とかでマナーの悪い人をカレンって揶揄したりするみたい。へえ、カレンさんかわいそうじゃん。なんてことだ。
The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
古い木製の船。
Back already? What's up?
こっち向いてくんない。うわ、でかいね、もう。
Oh, of course. What did you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Oh. All right, fine.
ここ同じだね。
Great. Thanks again.
こっちの方が見やすいか。この文字にしとくね。お肉焼いてる。お、懐中電灯。遺跡。命の太鼓。遺跡に足を踏み入れた。あるの消息につながる手がかりを見つける。シフトを押して走ってる。あくまでも今が現代だからね。こっちに道がありそう。そう、取れた。乗れただけ。なんかすげえ感性がむにゅうにゅう動くな。操作感がもったりしてる。懐中電灯をしまう。バックパックだ。あれらにだった食料パックが詰まったバックパック。あるのメッセージ。
It means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain. For this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
お。狂って回った。 そんな狂って回ると思わないやん。だいぶ高いところから落とされてしまったな。まさか狂って回るとはな。彼らは見ている。いつもそのことを忘れるな。この翻訳ができるのが考古学者の力なんだね。金だ。歩行速度もうちょっと落とせないかな。速すぎるんだよな。あなたは誰？私はオリガ。今話題のチャピチャピの最先端考古学者。なんだそれ。新たな考古学の遺物を見つけるために東奔西走。私が通った後はペンペン草も残りません。やべえ。やだ、そんな考古学者。あかんやん。ペンペン草も残らないぐらい荒らすってことでしょ、それ。実際でも考古学者的にはこういうのウハウハだろうな。天井も金。逃げ出すような状況でもあったんだろうか。こんな感じね。逃げ出してるね。イケメン。いくらかな。ということで持ってきた飲み物飲み切ってしまったわけなんだけどね。開く。なんかだいぶ力ずくで開けてないこれ。なぜここに落とされた？怯えてる？許しを請うてるようだ。なんか一様にしてなんか怯えてる像が多いな。これも同じような感じ。っていうか街中にこうやってクイックセーブ、クイックロードができます。でクイックセーブからのクイックロード。ローマ軍司令官が何かから離れようと怯えている。よく司令官ってわかるな。司令官が怯えるぐらいか。強行状態に陥ったローマ軍。もうちょっとマウスの数下げていいですか？すげえマウスの操作がむずいわ。30% は重すぎるかもしんないけど、こんぐらいでいいかしら。30% はなかなか重いな。やっぱ重いわ、ごめん。40% にします。こんなもんだな。 はい、いらっしゃい。古代ローマの遺跡を探検してるゲームです。謎解きゲームらしいよ。これもローマ軍兵士。とか、これあれやね、マジで、実際の人が黄金化されたみたいな、そんな感じのパターンやね。なぜここに知らん。落とされた。あら。え？だいぶ今風の男では。
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
暑い。暑かった。体力削られちゃったよ。よくあそこにかけられたな。死んでも結局これ黄金になるってことやな。いや、前進むしかないわ。取り乱してる。お？ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。まさかあなたを押せるとは思わなかったんです。ああ、どうしよう。倒れちゃうまんまだ。なんとか起こして。やっちゃった。ダメだ。いや、もうこうしとくしかない。ごめんね。石のタケノコだ。敵場だった。なんだっけ。これ以上上は無理です。こっちですって誘われてるんだが。神に慈悲をこいてるように見える。安定感がすごい。うわー、めっちゃ骨。はるか昔に亡くなってる。めっちゃポータル。うわー。うわー。うわー。忘れなぐさが咲く街。ローマのこれは誰だろう。暴露が置いてある。元に時代に戻る方法を探し出す。これはさっきの街ですな。こんにちは。
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
嘘って書いてある。私の名はオリから、未来から来た。プロセルーナの程度？
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here,
春
are
を象徴する農業の女神か。
Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
私の名前はウォディがダ未来から来た。
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
真面目な話、今日の日は
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March?
今は何年なの
It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from exactly?
考古学者の子、つまり今は EC65 年
CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you.
説明お願いし
Live
ま
by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
す。おう
Not
Oh.
laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule. And the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
分かった、案内して
Follow
もらい
me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
23人も
Aren't
い
you
る
going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's.
まあローマの時代から選挙はありましたからね。
Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since. Well, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
嫌だ。これは一体何事だ分かった、案内して。
The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs? What now?
あなたのことに
I'm a legionary of the first Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
確かに、なんかそうっぽく見えるけど、あれ、ピカクロスとか古代のローマ人にはピカクロスを含めないでほしいな。混ざってて違和感ないけどさ。オリガちゃんは、ちゃうな。名前的には北欧ですからな。
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
遅れた。アウレリア平民、酒場経営、クラウディア貴族、マデラオスの妻、テキウス、商人作家、主塾広間、覚書き。出口を知ってるとしろ。おー。結構いる。倉庫に幽閉中。仮装。ファビア、ファンヤ、ガレリウス、平民、ジョルジウス、異国人、ハンニバル、異国人、ガラクタ集め、シスターの中で死亡、ホラティウス、警備、ガバシュ、異国人、漁師、行方不明、イウリア、神結い、看護師、異国人、金貸し、信用してはならない。自ら宮殿に閉じこもっている。最近落ち着きがない。身を守るために自宅に閉じこもっている。行方不明。もらった。
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. The idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
私が求めていた場所では、それは集団的懲罰とみなされ戦闘犯罪になる。
War crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent.
現地には法は沈黙する。もともと住んでる世界だっけ。
Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous.
戦争、おかしな言葉だ。あなたはこれに賛成というのか
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But
あら、夜勤お疲れ様。
and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. If you like. All right?
ありがと
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
う。あなたのことを教えてほ
I'm
しい。
Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
この土地の人間じゃない。
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? I'm Sentia. What are you...
魅力的だ。うん。黄金人
You
どう
know,
思う
some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch?
もっともの疑問だ。
Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought.
まあ少なくともこんな風に冒涜しても黄金率が触れないことは。
I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it?
うん。
Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would
妹が
just
大事なんだね。
leave me alone.
センティラとセンティアなんだね。何か言
I
ってる
don't
こと
know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
最後に会ったのはいつだった
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
彼女は誰かと付き合ってたの
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret,
おー
even from me.
どうしてだと思う
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery
fake
man
it.
might have ruined those plans.
あ、境地っぽいな。
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
うん。センティウスセンティアセンティラなぜそんな2か月の名前ばかりなのか
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at
Oh.
market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
女性。違うのか
Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
怒られちゃう。
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here?
嫌われちゃった。難しいお姉さんでした。綺麗な街。一応動物の中みたいな感じなんだね。
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
怒られた。あんたがセンティウヌス？
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
とても美しい。
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
聞いたことある。
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
これらの質問は後で選べるようになります。ここでは何が罪に問わ
An
れるのか。
intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper as Rome has for centuries.
それが正しいとは言い切れないと思う。法律は必ず道徳的に正しいとは限らない。それが私にもともといた場所ではローマの法の監視は野蛮だと考えられる。
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists and engineers.
喧嘩売ってる。
We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
ローマの方は奴隷の所有を認めてるのではないか？
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
ローマの市民は単なる娯楽を交えて残忍な闘技を観戦するのでは？
On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
女性の権利は男性よりも少ないのではないか？
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
キリスト教徒を迫害しているのではないか？
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
集団的懲罰を実施しているのではないか？
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
私の元々いる場所ではそんなことやる。
Well, right now, you're a long, long way from
Russell.
home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
この人は切れなかった。偉い。
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong
あら、
in
こ
our
こまでわかん
time,
の？
do you?
2000年後の未来から。
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
全員が黄金の像に変えられていた。
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
儀式とはどういうもの
All
か？
I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
神殿の中には人間の亡骸があった。ああ、これがこの人か。
I assumed that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
できるだけのことは。
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
なんであなたは調査できないの？
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
第一印象には気をつけた方がいい。はい、わかりました。怪しいと思う
Do
人はい
you
る？
ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
センテラの失踪と関係してると思うか？
Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be
あのカレンが
eternally
妹さんって
grateful.
ことじゃない。だったらすごいなと思うけど。あなたが怪しいという可能性はってのは失礼か。いや、本音を話してほしい。
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
この予定だったら元の時代に戻る手助けをしてくれるか？
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
なるほどな。多分。
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
このクエスチョンクエストが最優先に設定されるこの目的のマーカーのみが表示される。何ができるか考える。クエストジャーナルが見れる。なるほどね。任意で伝えることができると。痛い。嫌われてる。
Do I need to ask Horatio?
嫌われてる。もう話してくれない。痛い。骨折れた。
What now?
誰に投票するの？
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
何か伝えることは？
I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. All right?
この忍者は紫色をしている。オレンジが栽培される以前のものだ。昔は換気の悪い設備でやるのは大変だっただろう。お
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Are they?
なんか運動してる人がいる。
What were you two talking about?
何のこと？
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
選挙の話はしている。
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
選挙には関心がない。
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
わかった。質問していいか？
Can't hurt.
あなたのこと教え
The
て。
name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
こいつがドミティウスか。なぜ剣闘士の格好している？
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
なるほど。でもここには闘技場は見当たらないな。
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
黄金率ってど
I
う思う？
think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
彼はどうするつもりなんだ？
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
なんでここで言えない？
Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
何か手伝えることある
We've
か？
already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it.
不面とは？
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in
うんうん
return.
うん。わかった。何がお望みだ？
Dunno. Something good.
賄賂を求めることは罪ではないのか？
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
何ができる？
Just make it good.
う
Yeah? What have you got for me?
別の方法を考えて。
If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive, you pusillanimous cemeterious mokers.
屋敷ってここ？お、マーカーが出た。何人か黄金になってる人がおるんよな。
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
あなたのことに
Can't
して。
talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Solution, Kingos, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
おー、どうやってここに？
Same way as everyone else.
あなた、なぜあなたはまだ軍隊兵の鎧を着てる？
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
武器は持ってないのか？
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
あまり話さないんだな。
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
実の話
You
をし
have
よ
to.
う。黄金についてどう思ってる？
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
うんうん、大嫌いだ。私はパンデミックの時期を過ごしてきたから。
Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad
俺
decision
たちは前
away
に住
from
んで
being
たやつ
wiped
が
out.
そうなったみたいだ。
Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that
うんう
is.
ん。
And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
何が起きると思う？
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
あなたは正しいと思う。
Of course I am.
誰に投票するの？
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
投票先を変える気持ちはない。
No. Whatever.
アポロの聖堂。なんであの銅像だけ服着てんだろうか。見知らぬ人が死んでない？
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
何があった？
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule.
So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
何ができるか考える。あなたのことを教えてほしい。
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
ナエディビアの話を詳しく。
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose. I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
象がずっと私に支えてくるのが聞こえる。これは普通なのだろうか。
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was until she suddenly lost all interest the last time I saw her. And then she shut herself. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead. But I really wish one of my patients... He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll... I just know Nevia would know how to... Sure. Hemlock, I believe. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would...
これ理由に心
I
当たり
haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa,
うん、軟禁され
and
て
they
ま
are quite secretive. Gladly.
アポロ神殿。そうか、このひそひそ声ずっと何なんだろうなと思ったら、銅像が声かけてきてんだ。なるほどね。
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
話しても信じないだろう。世界の果ての向こう側から来た。
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
あなたのこと
My
ですね。
story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
なんでここに仕立て屋を開こうと思ったの
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
まあそんなところだ。
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
なるほどね。
Oh, and there is another reason too.
もう一個理由があ
If we
る。
all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
なるほど。どうやってここに
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
覚えてることだけ話してね。
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
流されたってこと
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
なんか同じだ
Anything you
な。
like. Shh! Not so loud. What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt?
最後のこの分聞いてないのか
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story.
ぜひ聞かせてほし
Of
い。
course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse.
うんうん。
See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
なぜまだ誰も熟してない
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
なるほど、ありがとう。
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
と思う理由は
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The golden rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. The voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the golden rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malone. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
お、達也さん。集めてんな、どうぞ。おー、盗むこともできると。懐中電灯。
That lamp! Never have I seen its equal. Hello again, I...
この銅像に服着てるのはあの人ってことか。
Make sure you stay away from that empty shrine. It's going to collapse at any moment. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Oh,
I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
街の建設について教えてほしい。
Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake, and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagos, and learned to expect a bit of hostility.
どこだろう？あれかな？
Nearly as tolerant as
デ
the
ンマークあた
Romans.
りかな？黄金日についてどう思う？
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's
ほうほうほう。人間が作ったやつじゃないかな？
I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
わかると思う。
Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
言いたいことはわかる。
I'm glad. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you
あ、
give
じ
it
ゃあ
some
まあ
thought.
黄金律は人間が作ったものだから今のその死生者が作ったもんだと思ってるって言ったな。
Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the golden rule.
なんでそう思う
Look,
の？
I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male
あらあ
company.
らあらあら。男性が
Hey,
少ない
nothing
か。
gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, 'nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked.
うん。
Watching what I said and where I looked. うん。
言いたいことはわかる。
I hope you'll give it some thought. うん。
あ、じゃあまあ黄金律は人間が作ったものだから今のその死生者が作ったもんだと思ってるって言ったな。
Some people say it's divine. The work of a god. But I'm not so sure. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
これめっちゃ時間使ってるけどタイマーとかあるのかね。これか。罪人。
Hello again. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope that our...
Fabia って誰だっけ？パン屋か。パン。もう自由に食べてもいいようだ。へえ。もらっていこう。粉ひきご。こうやって紐で縛って持って保存しとくんだね。昔のパンって。ここは花瓶屋さんかな？マールスだ。アレス。あれですね、ファイアーエムブレムのマルス王子の元ネタですね。ミネルヴァ。ミネルヴァって名前は有名。
Fortune smile on you, sister. Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome, to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away, sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
お、なんか今ドワフォンになったから見てきますね。ちょっと待ってね。 よいしょ、戻りました。カルト宗教からの勧誘でした。あら、なんか暗くなってる？そんなことない。
Help! You have to do something.
あらあら。
A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere.
ゲームでもカルト、現実でもカルト。
Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful. Fabia, but now's
あら、
not the
この人
time.
がファビアか。動けないの。浴槽イズどこ？ここか？違う。浴槽どこだ？こっちか。ほら、不届き者。
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
偶然たどり着いたよそ者の
A
コミュ
small
ニティ。
community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult.
謎の宗教とは何のことだ？
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
この場所の秘密を守ろうとするのだ。出る方法さ。
So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
出口がないんだ。
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I take it this is some kind of mantra you all...
全然話聞いてくんねえな。
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
はい、いらっしゃい。あれはもともと人間でバットで木に
You
変えられ
lot
る。
are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists, there's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
クインクティウスの場所が知りたがってるのか。クインクティウスについて教えて。
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
皇帝はもしかしたら違憲の羊を求めていたのかもしれない。
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words? Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Ah. この蝶についてけってこと？みんな金に変えられちゃう。こんにちは、おじさん誰？めっちゃみんな見てくんじゃん。あ、死んだ。生き残る方法、ゲーム感を追うのだ。
Stop right there. I'm looking... Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
.ここの浴槽って最初に来たとこだよな。あ、そうだな、やっぱ。最初に落ちてきたところ、ここ。水中も潜れる。あ、なんか勝手に終わってる。なんか勝手にクエストクイズしてる。はい、いらっしゃい。あ、崩れて死んだのか。うわー。はい、いらっしゃい。 崩れやすくなってたからだな。でも今ので分かったね。黄金術は人を殺しちゃいけないってことだね。
It's so pretty.
何やってんのこの子。
You took care of him. An accident. So
ちょっとまたピンポンになったから出ますね。
Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
戻りました。今度は大丈夫でした。U パックでした。ね、なんでこっち見てたかわかんないね。それを認める私は殺人を認めることに。
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise nobody else will ever know what you did, but I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
Terrible shame, that is.
Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
うわ
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Tell
me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Yeah.
Well, between you and me, I found an old scroll from years ago, hastily written, in which the author claimed something extraordinary and terrifying. He wrote that when the golden rule is broken, statues spring to life all over the city, wielding golden bows and begin firing golden arrows at the inhabitants. Supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of the tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
犬、英句として語られる話だと思うわ。
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? Good. Then none of this should be a surprise to you. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
ただ取るだけではダメなのか?
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
なんで自分でやらないの?
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you.
それは危険なことだよね。
Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind. Do you think he was worried about the danger?
ダメなのでは? 確かプレミアテニスは永遠の罰を受けたはずだ。
Only because he was silly enough to get caught. So, are you in, partner?
アクションまたはホラー要素が苦手な場合は断ることができます。引き受けるが絶対に相棒とは呼ぶな。
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are. A gold leaf bow. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left.
俺の店から邸宅へ向けて左手。お前の店伊豆どこ？そこまで連れてってくれるわけじゃないのね。蜂の巣があるんだけど。進行中完了。明かりを消す。交換した。火がついた。
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Wonderful.
Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
やっぱり
A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
なぜこれが黄金律を破ることにならない？特にお二人では山消しようと言ったじゃないか。
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
私が脱出した時、まずあなたを殺す。
Not a very effective threat, is it? See, your first problem is, you're in there, and I'm out here. Your second problem is the golden rule. What are you gonna do? Kill us all? It's an empty threat. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
人間から脱出する。では20本しかありません。どうって言われてもすぐ落とすのか。あ、黄金になった。うわ。痛い痛い。マジでこの弓全部金に変えることできるんだ。すごいな。人間の骨がある。お金もある。もう、ああ、なるほどね。 めちゃめちゃ銅像たち親切やな。めちゃめちゃヒントくれるじゃん。
My beloved Galatea.
あら、エナルディアの日記。
So that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning.
おお。長押しで登ることができる。登れた。ここにも銅像がある。もうどうすればいいんだ？お、こうか。よじ登れ。よじ登れるかよじ登れないのかちょっと分かりづらいな。矢をもらって、黄金にして、黄金にして、黄金にして、葉っぱが黄金になると、葉先とかすげえ怖いよな。怪我しそう。宮殿の中入れちゃった。おお。まっすぐ走ってきたな。おあ、黄金を剥がされた像は痛がってんのか。安堵のため息ってるもんな。お金を取っておこうとしてる。家庭的な祭壇。
You're not supposed to be here.
Hey. This way って教えてくれてる。こっちか。痛いっての落ち着け。金にしちゃうから。 えい。よいしょ。壁外した。一緒だといいか。はい。あ、死んじゃう、死んじゃう、死んじゃう、死んじゃう。オッケー。輸入の扱いにも慣れてきた。よいしょ。体力がなくなったせいでずっと赤い画面なのはいただけないな。よいしょ。よし、矢の補充。定期的に矢の補充ができる。ありがとう、キック。半焼き釜。お前ら、後から来るんじゃねえ。矢の本数は34本。十分だね。ここは祭壇？宮殿の扉の鍵だって。ナエビアの日記。ガラティーナにずっと。
What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own
なんかこの人は黄金像が生きていることを気づいてしまったんだね。
Eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I've ever known. your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper, your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
助けてあげたくない。助けてあげられない子が一人できた。かわいそうに。なんか先進めねえな。あ、進めた。おー、すげえ、渡れる。おー、抜けた。早い。
Please. I just want to die.
気持ちはわかる。気持ちはわかる。狙えねえ。落ち着いてくれ。終わらせてあげた。お、お金も回収。逃げようとしてんのかな。おっと。エースのサイン。こっちが先進むルートっぽいな。こっちだ。なんもなかった。いる。めちゃめちゃ痛々しい格好してるな、ほんとみんな。金を剥がしたら血が出てくるんでしょ。怖いな。近くにある巻物を見る。あ、これか。見落としてるの教えてくれた。
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a group who I called Iodami after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet
なるほどね。
it did not.
解放しようとして一生懸命やってたってこと
Whichever
か。
god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. Undeterred, I continued, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to feel most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Aodami she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her exploding and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this.
こんにちは。こんにちは、キッ
Even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken
うわぁ。死んどる人おるやんけ。どうやら死んでる。つまりこの死では黄金律は破られないということだ。あなたがどう通じて私にすりゃ来てたのか。あなたは誰？後ろ？
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
せいぜい頑張ればいい。もし私を襲えば私たち二人とも金に変えられてしまう。
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice?
どう通じて誰か他の者が私に騒ぎ続けているように感じる。
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I've done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
Liar!
You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
もう話はたくさんだ。私はここにたまたまここに来てしまった。ここから出たいだけだ。
What are you talking about?
私は街の下を走る地下道に乗ってしまって、そこから宮廷の中に入り込んだ。
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
あなたを殺すつもりはなかったが、あなたのしたことをしてしまった黄金の弓を引く。あなたを傷つけるつもりは全くなく。
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
待て、リウマチの教えてくれたら私なら全てを元に戻す。
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
私は彼女を再び黄金で包むことができる。
What? How?
この黄金の弓は人を黄金で包んでしまう武器だ。
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
よし、では少し離れて。
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
綺麗なお屋敷、大理石だね。ベストシビア、耳。めっちゃドア叩く音聞こえるけど。じゃあ治療の方法分かったから伝えに行きたいね。どうやって行けばいいだろうか。 マップをまだ覚えきれないから。こっちかな？お、なんか、セオフィラスはここで4人の娘と、誰一人として満足させられなかった。なんとかわいそうな。彼らは見ている。いつもそのことを忘れるな。おっちゃん、そんな便所で、そうなって悲しくないん？今すぐに元の場所に戻した方がいい。お広場に戻ってこれた。なんか演説やってる。
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
一人でいることを望んでいる。
Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
柳の樹皮。
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. All right.
なんか話してる声は聞こえるんだけどさ。話してる声は聞こえるんだけどさ。
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No! What have you done, you fool?
お手伝い。お手伝い。お手伝い完了。狙われてね。シャーっていけないですか？シャーって無理ですか？痛い。普通に痛い。逃げて逃げて、ダメだよ、危ないよ。ああ、センティアが黄金化しちゃった。道がわからない。後ろ通るよ。どっち行けばいいんだ。こっちか。 ちょっと前通りますよ。痛いって。何も盗むの、何も気づけるな、何も。書く時間が与えられなかったことだ。あ、こんなすぐ骨になっちゃうのね。時を戻します。ガッチガチに戻ってる。
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
私の名前売りがな。私たちはこの会話を以前にも。
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
あなたの名前はガリレウスだ。あなたの言うことは分かっている。私はセレンテウスのもとに案内し、黄金律のことにさせたいのだろう。
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
大丈夫だ、私はもう行かないと。
And since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
お、ジップラインがこれで使えるようになった。
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
私が抱える急ぎの問題を助けてくれないか？
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
アビアが使われていない聖堂に避難するのを止めてほしい。そして新しく来た人には探し物やそこで見つかると教えてほしい。あ、これで。
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
以上だ、さあ、以上で言
I'll
って。
go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this. よっと。これがジップライン。弓は大切に使わないといけないけど、お金は回収したい。ここの神殿来たけど、ここの上の神殿ってなんか一番上の神殿うんぬんかんぬんいったところか。なんか入れる。鍵がかかってる。あ、これだと神殿の下行っちゃうね。いやー、なるほどね。今回この都市が滅びる原因は分かったわ。決闘を申し込んで、その、黄金律を壊してやるってやったせいってことね。
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not?
Octavia.
How are you faring so far?
8番目の人かな。崖っぷちに立ってる
That's
気
good, in
分。
a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
あなたのことを教えて。
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
神と言った？神
Oh
々じゃな
yes,
く？
of course. A slip of the tongue.
そうよね。言い間違えたわ。
If you like.
この人カルトでは？
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
もっともだ、おそらくあなたの言う通りだ。
If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
何らかの導きあるだろう、大丈夫だ。
I wish I shared your faith.
キリスト教徒なのか？
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
後の秘密は守る。
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
もう行くよ。
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
分かった、話してみる。
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
じゃあ、やればいい。話
Let
が
me
したい。
guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
何が問題なのか聞こうと思っただけだ。
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
あ、死んだ。
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Jump.彼についてって。ただ信じるの？ Oh!
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. Thank you. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens.
Hello.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
話が本当の場合、黄金率を受ける。何があれば黄金率を実現できると証明できる？本？手紙？同じ日を何度も繰り返している。その度に黄金率は破られる。
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? I disagree.
I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
何言ってもあなたのですね、
True,
だろ。
but that is simply because you are mistaken.
ここから出る方法知ってるか？
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
黄金律についてどう思う？
You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
立候補から辞退して。
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
勝った瞬間にあなたは黄金律を破る。
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule.
あなたは反逆者センチネスを捕らえ、検討による死刑を彼に宣告するものだよ。
How could you possibly know that?
虚勢。私は未来が。
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
I beam.
You fool.
お、すごいすごいすごいすごい。
You fool.
色がさ、白くなってる。やめる？やめる？やめる？わかる？やめる？やめるかい？ちゃんと。やめるかい？
Get out of my villa. Still here.
Still here よ、そりゃ。破りかけると白くなるのかもね。どっから出るんだろう。
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more shall you walk on, eggshells, yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells.
彼らの声を借りてるの。次どうしようかね。
What now?
バージルを落としてるのはあなたか。
Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style?
わかった。
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. Whatever. Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work.
Another one fresh. Oh, I wish Horatio. I trust you.
こんにちは。
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I...
私の名はオリガだ。以前にもこの顔をしている。
Wait, if I understand correctly, I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume
この人賢い人やな。
And you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
黄金律を破るのを防げなかった。
I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
黄金律を破ろうとしているものについて話をした。
Of course. What is it? Why then did you say it looks like you'll have to
もうちょっと調査したいです。調査のことでいくつか聞きたい。今聞きたいことはない。あなたのことを教えてほしい。
Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Oh.
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing.
みんなあの火災のせいで水場で溺れてるね。
I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I've had plenty of time to think of it. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
ミコ。ミコに会えて。悪評を集めなくては。柳の皮っていう日あるわ。 お前か。
Name's Rufus.
リウマチのことだけど、
What business is that of yours?
情報が分かった。服用すると調子よくなるよ。
And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
バージルを脅すのはあなた
No
か。
idea what you're talking about?
分かった。
No, I don't. I did hear a rumor that
誰にとってですか？
Not sure I trust.
それない？
No.
ない。私に借りがあるとあなたは言ってますね。
Who do you want me to vote for?
センティウスか。
Fine. I'll vote for Sentius. But no more favors. We're square. See you around.
OK。彼女が導く。
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacis, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's
なんだよ、こうやってほら、弓構えてるやついいんだから。ほら、危ないぞ、ほら。ほら、
That's why I've got to
殺
get in
そうとして
first
ると、ほら。
before
ほ
someone
ら、
else beats
殺
me to it.
そうとしてるから、ほら。食ってやれよ、ほら、早く。ほら、ほら、もう殺そうとしてるぞ、おい。早く怯えるのやめろよ。話せねえじゃねえかよ。
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glor...
これはディアナの制度にあったものだ。あなたに私を凶暴な住みだとしてあなたの中に閉じ込めた。私は何とか逃げ出して宮殿の中で大変な思いした後、時間を遡って今にいた。
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... confused? Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
どうやって用意すれば？
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
人の命を救い、値段を釣り上げてるのは一体ど
Oh,
う
it's
して？
perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it.
今のが聞こえ
Hear
た？
what?
気にしないで。
You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Silphium or not? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
手に入れて逃げて。あなたはそれでいいのか？
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? You mean, how did I end up here? All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid some people here are a little It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one... Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means... Thank you, friend. Very well.
めっちゃこの銅像見てるな。買い物リスト。ようやく脱出できたら買おうと思ってるものの一覧。元老院の議席。4頭立てのチャリオット。ヘレスの祭壇。どこに取れるもんあるのかな。鍵かかってんのか。
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Ui, ui. The
many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend.
急ぎでやってほしいことがある。
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's all. All right, let me see. Stop that. I'll go, but
走ってる走ってる。娘は相変わらずダメと。
Did you know I was headed in there?
no time to explain. Go.
All right, I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius.
おお、頑張ってる。めちゃめちゃ頑張ってるな。
Hello? Hello?
あなたのこと
My
ですね
name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Yes.
They said I gave me this letter, but I'm not good with words. Do you?
この手紙を読んでくれないか。はいはいはいはい。
What does it say?
なんて書いてあるんだ。あなたを不法侵入で何度もされた経緯があって、あなたが黄金と破るのを防ぐために監禁したと書いてある。
My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find him. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
鍵を預けてくれたら何があるか調べよう。
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
騙されやすいな。
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really?
やるだけやってみよう。
Galerius already tried. What about... Like, if you had Hannibal.
同じこと言って。
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. All I remember is he said something about assistance. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend
なん
Galerius.
だっけ？ニコの女性の人以外は、
And the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
もう行く
Bye
よ。
bye.
お、死んどる死んどる。一日のやり直しだ。ユリアが死ぬ前に薬を届けないといけない。
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulates Decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
飲ませて。
Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
私はタイムトラベラー。
A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
一体誰がどうやって黄金律を破らずにあなたに毒を盛れたのか。
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
この人が毒を盛ったのか。
Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
時間はいくらでもある。
All right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
自由になるための人の気がいくらだ
A
ろうか。
lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you. All right. All right.
もう間に合わない
May
だろうけど。
Apollo keep you safe.
Citizen. Name's Gruffius.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch
この
over
人
you.
がエクイテ
I'm
ィアか。
Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
どうやってここに
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
彼と名乗る女性が意識を移った私を川から引き上げてくれた。
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you.
私がもともといた場所では悪いイメージが。
Why is that?
ネットミームの
The memes? What are the memes?
ネット見ると人々が見せ合う小さな絵で、それ自身が言葉のようなもの。
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then?
そんな感じだ。
So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No.
何を言おうとしてるの
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
リビアに何かあった
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent. Started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill, or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? You have? Then what is it?
愛について話していた。
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
記憶が隠
That's
している。
true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
ベテランの人
Yes,
に
I
話してた。
also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier you met a young woman in the forest named Karen. Yes.
Hi.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
めっちゃ消してる。彼の耳で彼が聞いてるわ。
you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Are
you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels. Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
おー、一気に話が進んだ。一気に話が進んだな。すべてはあなた。流れに逆らって歩いて。
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I ドアを守ってる。じゃあリビアに話しかけに行きましょう。ここ貧民街って言われるエリア。
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
その意味が分かった。ここがどこも。
Say it. Speak its name.
冥界だ。
Then it is true. I was right.
あなたは間違った。
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Pandoraのベストクリアになった。薬草の箱。盗むになっちゃダメ。見られてるので。じゃまずい。人形。地下の道は深い。この街で最後に残った場合も外に出る道出た下の湖のエリアか盗んだら黄金率ヤギダチョウの卵キャベツとか麦とかが入っている壁落ちるちゃうよ
That light! Did you steal it from the gods? Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you... Oh, come on. I just did as you... You're toying. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. That's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
いい人や。暑い。いや、脅しにかかるか。お、よっと。このゲームマルチエンドだね。だからいろんなエンディングがあるよっていう。で、ここが中に入らないといけない神殿。お、早い。主人公がさ、回収してるこれはいいのかな。1070円も溜まってるわ。
Salve, friend. I'm Welcome to life under the god.
今すぐウルピスと話す。
All right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think?
Please.
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, I'll help him. Thank you.
それがセンティラの望むことか。
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
It's
too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
ユリアの命を救った。
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back. Oh, so it's my fault. Is that it? You know what? Forget it. I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
あらんわ。200円貯めないといけない、2000円貯めないといけないのか。
I'll have to let and I...
ちょー。よいしょ。
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and
こんにちは。
Did you just leap into my villa from the... That was, well...
それであんたはクインクティウスなのか？
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
あなたの片耳は緑でもう一方が青い。皇帝ネロの諸見命令書を書いてある通りだ。
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
クインティウスにも古代妄想の傾向があるよ。
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
あなたと証明できないがやってみて。
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't.
わかった。
I trust you can see yourself through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
すぐ横に鍵がある。本当？本当だ。
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. I'm delighted.
What now?
Ave. We're finally alone. Seems rather... You mean Duilius? Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my... Thank you.
What?お金が足らん。あともうちょい必要だ。 こ最初の入り口。あ、やば。あった。なかった。一人の罪は多くの罰だろう。
Beautiful. Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
あなたこそ美しく魅力的だ。
Coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
でもそっちだろう。
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
サバジを探してどこで見る
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
なんか面白いのあ
Certainly.
る
For 10 denarii.
別の話を
Whatever
しよ
you
う。
like. Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
他出る方
You
法
know,
ですか
normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before I...
可愛らしいこと言うんだな。それでここから出る方法知ってるかい
Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
出る方法してるのなぜ出ていかない
Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now.
非
I
道徳
think
的
of
じゃない
it
か
this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not?
何を売ろうとしてるのか詳しく教えて。
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again. Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. All right, see ya.
怪しい。ビーム。組訓練をしていた。おお。ダイスタワーだ。ローマの時からダイスタワーって存在してたんだ。めっちゃ見てくる。 かは、なんか洞窟内はほんと迷宮みたいに入り組んでんな。
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Okay. いい時間になったからゲームを一旦セーブしよう。ということで今日これぐらいにしておこうかな。明日続きやりましょうか。長い。結構長いぞ。じっくり遊んで4時間ぐらい遊んでますけど、まだまだ続きそうです。そういったところで皆様ありがとうございました。また見に来ていただければと思います。ではでは、バイバーイ。